Morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(h) of the Open Meetings Act (OMA), I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. We now turn to the first matter on our calendar today. This is our protest hearing status calendar. The first case is case number 24 PRO 00033 Green Theory, license number 126813. This hearing is canceled due to dismissal of the protest. See board order number 2024-177. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00030 Relva, license number 127296. Mr. Oriana, good morning. Could you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case?
Good morning. Marcus Jennings, your access has been elevated. Dale Prince, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Jennings, do you have a... Okay, fine. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a protest status hearing, and so I would like the parties to identify themselves for the record. Let's start with you, Mr. Jennings. Can you please spell and state your name and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, it's Marcus Jennings, MarcusJennings. I'm the CEO and owner of, pardon me, Helva Dispensary.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Prince, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is spelled DALEPRINCE. I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 6E08.
Right. So this is a protest hearing status for I believe this is a medical cannabis dispensary. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be brought to the attention of the board? Not necessarily, we're not asking for any substantive, but like any procedural type of problems that you have been having so far, Mr. Jennings.
I wouldn't say any issues. We just haven't came to agreement yet with the ANC board. I feel like we're probably about like 80% there. Me and Dale have came into communication for a little over a month now, and we've been going back and forth trying to come up with agreement. I think that excuse me, allergies. I think that a big problem is that we still are learning different stuff with the consumption lounge rules, and as we're learning as we go, that's why I feel like we haven't came up with a settlement agreement yet.
Well, fine. Thanks for that representation. Mr. Prince, and again, not substantive, just any preliminary matters if you want to bring that to the attention of the board.
No, nothing to add.
All right, fine. Thank you for that. If this matter is not settled, then this will be scheduled for a protest hearing on May 22nd at 1:30 a.m. I'm sorry, 1:30 p.m. Let me provide some instructions to the parties because protest hearings on cannabis dispensaries are still new to the board, it's still new to everyone, and so it's a learning process. All right, so as I stated before, if this matter goes to a hearing, it's scheduled for May 22nd at 1:30 p.m. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestants about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following the hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're represented, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. Also, as you're aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time or more witnesses, you're welcome to file a motion with the board for additional time and witnesses. Any questions?
No.
No. All right. So, as I stated before, this is the new process for the board. We have only had one actual protest hearing on medical cannabis dispensary so far. Please feel free to reach out to the agency. The agency will, if this matter is going to a hearing, the agency will provide both parties with whatever assistance is required to move forward. Again, if this matter is going to a hearing, it is imperative that 7 days before the hearing, documents and witnesses are exchanged. That is very important that that is done. If the parties believe that this matter can truly be settled, the board is open to accept settlement as soon as possible. But if you believe that this case can truly be settled, please advise the agency so we do not have to assign an investigator to write a report. But again, the board supports settlement. If you need to have another mediation, if the agency can help you to do that, we will. But we're here to assist you. But if this matter truly cannot be settled, we will see you at a protest hearing on May 22nd at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
You too. Thank you. Thank everybody.
All right then. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00022, Grace Market, license number 120092. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00027, Billy Hicks, license number 127289. This hearing is canceled due to the board's approval of a settlement agreement, see board order number 2024-208. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00025, five coffee roasters. This hearing is canceled due to the ANC's withdrawal of the protest. The next case is, we now move to a show cause hearing status calendar, and the first case on the show cause hearing status calendar is case number 23, CMP 00082, Kavera Lounge, license number 117490. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure. Matthew Emick, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Emick. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the members of the board. This is Assistant Attorney General Matthew Emick, Matthew Emick, on behalf of the district.
Thank you. Good morning. I see that the licensee is not here, but at protest here, show cause hearing status, the licensee is not required to be here. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 5th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind the government that if this matter actually goes to a show cause hearing, 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents that have not been disclosed. Any questions, sir?
No, Mr. Chair, but I would just note that it's my understanding from my colleague that the establishment is also on the cancellation docket, so it may be a moot point by the time we get to the show cause hearing. But I'll be sure to relay that to my counterpart.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I will be later on this morning when I read the cancellation agenda. The board will be canceling the license, but again, this is a case that is still on our show cause hearing calendar for the morning, and I have not done the cancellation agenda as yet. So therefore, we have to move through the process. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 23, CMP 00006. Sticky Rice Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. Mr. Oriella, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Jason Martin, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hi, this is
Mr. Martin, do you have a camera? Yes. Okay, fine.
yes.
Thank you.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Emick, good morning again. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning. Assistant Attorney General Matthew Emick, Matthew on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Martin, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify your relationship to this establishment?
My name is Jason Martin, JASON MARTIN. I'm the owner of Sticky Rice Beehive LLC.
Good morning, sir. All right, Mr. Emick, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I can share with the board that we have been in settlement discussions up to this point, but it's my understanding and belief that we need to keep the show cause hearing as presently scheduled on the calendar.
Fine. Any preliminary matter you want to bring to the attention of Mr. Martin? Just preliminary.
No.
Okay. All right, fine. All right, thanks. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 15th at 1:30 p.m. I would like to remind the parties that if this matter goes to an actual hearing 7 days before the hearing, both parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. And what this means, Mr. Martin, is that if you're contesting this matter, you need to 7 days before the hearing, you need to exchange with the Assistant Attorney General whose case is assigned to. You need to provide them with a copy of the documents and witnesses that you will rely upon, and you are also required to share a copy of the documents and witnesses that you rely upon with the board. Failure by either side to provide documents, to exchange documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents that have not been disclosed. Any question by anyone?
Can you repeat the date for the hearing again, please?
The hearing is scheduled for May 15th at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well. Bye.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 23, CMP 00072, Culture/Vera, license number 118175. This case is canceled due to the board's approval of a offer in. Hold on. Yes. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its approval. The next case on our calendar, it's case number 23, 251-00007, Abigail Room, license number 10768. This hearing has been rescheduled to a date to be determined. And the last case on our calendar for this morning, it's case number 23, 251-00022, Surfside Taco Stand, license number 119138. This hearing is canceled due to the cancellation of the license. Board order number, this hearing is canceled due to the cancellation of the license. All right, so we are at the end of our morning agenda, and so with that, we will now do our agenda items for the morning. And so the first agenda item that we will go through this morning is the licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 17th, 2024 for case number 23 CMP 00072, Culture/Vera, license number 118175. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, exceeded approved occupancy, primary tier violation, statutory authority. DC Code Section 25762B1. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short accepted as second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 18th, 2024 for case number 23-251-00027, Public Bar, license number 081238. The offer in compromises as follows. For charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. This charge has been dismissed. Charge 2, failed to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a $2,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, failed to ensure cameras were operational, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836G1. The outcome, a warning, and enforcement will conduct a walkthrough to ensure all cameras are operational. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated March 29th, 2024 by and between the Kalorama Citizens Association and Izumi, IZUMI, license number 127660. I make a motion that the settlement agreement be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated April 11th, 2024 by and between the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and the Good Company Donuts and Cafe, license number 127383. I make a motion that the settlement agreement be approved. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated April 8th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Billy Hicks, license number 127289. I make a motion that the settlement agreement be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated February 20th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E and Herbivore, license number 125073. I make a motion that the agreement be approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of an amendment to a settlement agreement dated April 15th, 2024 by and between John Lawrence Hargrove, Dennis James, Gene Stewart, and Queen's Cafe, license number 124807. I make a motion that this agreement be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of request to withdraw protest dated April 17th, 2024, submitted by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A in case number 24 PRO 00025 45 Coffee Roasters, license number 127212. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review of request to reinstate the canceled license dated April 12, 2024. License was canceled by Board Order number 2024-151 on April 3rd, 2024. This is for Smoking Pig, license number 1048 866. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review of motion to lift summary suspension dated April 22nd, 2024 in case number 23-251-00036. This is Crew Lounge, license number 115848. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, it's review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening on May 5th, 2024. This is for Mezcal Cantina, formerly Flight, license number 127898. The old license number was 091704. Excuse me. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Pearls Bagels, license number 116638. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 3rd through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Ziegfeld Secrets, license number 078663. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application for change of hours. This is from Mimi's Liquor Store, license number 121853. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application for tasting permit endorsement. This is from Mimi's Liquor Store, license number 121853. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Casamigo Bar and Grill, license number 125939. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review a request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Onkei, O-N-K-E-I, license number 119219. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let us now do the cancellation agenda. I am going to read all the licensees that will be canceled, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the board approve this request to cancel all these licenses. The first request is a request from Amiga Moy, license number 117816. They have requested that their license be canceled. The second establishment is Poi Boy Gym, their caterer's license number 108145. They're at 709 8th Street Northeast. They have requested that we cancel the license. The next establishment is Poi Boy Gym. This is the restaurant license located at 709 H Street Northeast. The license number is 087903. The next licensee is Smash Burger number 138. The license number is 117669, and they're located at 804 7th Street Northwest. They have requested cancellation. We then Amazon Fresh, license number 116761. They are located at 1733 14th Street Northwest. They have requested a cancellation. The next establishment is Kavera Lounge, license number 117490. They are out of business. And the last establishment is Poppin' Mess Champagne and Dessert Bar, license number 126665. This is their caterer's license at 1301 U Street Northwest. The regulations dictate that the licensee may not hold both a caterer's license and a manufacturer's license simultaneously. So we will be canceling the caterer's license. I therefore make a motion that the board cancels all the licensees that were read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to this is the board's endorsement cease and desist agenda for April 24th, 2024. On this agenda, there are there 7 licensees. And so without objection, I make a motion that the board issues orders to cease and desist use of the specific endorsements. And let me read this in the record. I'm going to make a motion that the board issues orders to cease and desist use of specific endorsements to the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. The first one is JoJo Restaurant and Bar, license number 060737. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment for street-year endorsement. The next establishment is Red Rocks, license number 075299. The licensee did not pay first, second, and third-year payments for street-year endorsement. The next establishment is ETTO, ETTO, license number 088504. The licensee did not pay the first, second, and third-year payments for the street-year endorsement. The next establishment is DC Conscious Cafe, license number 088623. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment for the entertainment endorsement. The next establishment is Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. The licensee did not pay the second and third-year payments for the entertainment endorsement. The next establishment is Bozzelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868. The licensee did not pay the second and third-year payment for the Summer Garden endorsement. The last establishment is Cafe Unido, UNIDO, license number 119297. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment for the Summer Garden endorsement. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board issues cease and desist orders to the establishments that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now go to our cease and desist agenda for Class A license. This is the agenda for April 24th, 2024. The ABC Board, without objection, the ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist the following license for the reasons outlined below. And so on the cease and desist agenda for April 24th, the cease and desist Class A license agenda for April 24th, 2024, there are 16 licensees. And so without objection, I make a motion that the ABC Board issues cease and desist to all those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the cease and desist agenda for Class C and D licenses. Without objection, I make a motion that the ABC Board issues cease and desist orders to the 34 establishments that are listed on the cease and desist Class C and Class D license agenda for April 24th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the cease and desist caterers agenda for April 24, 2023. On this agenda, there are 7 licensees. Therefore, without objection, the ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the caterers licenses that are on the April 24th, 2024 agenda. So without objection, I make a motion that cease and desist orders be issued for those caterers. Is there a catering license? Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. All right, so let's move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda is the conditional internet retailer applications. Number 1, review of social equity application for conditional retail license. This is for Greenfield Garden, location to be determined. License number 127953. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. The next licensee on this agenda is a standard retailer and internet retailer application. The review of a social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery, educational tasting, safe use treatment facility, and summer garden endorsements. This is for Bloom at North. The license number is 127912. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. All right. So let's go to our licensing administrative docket. On our licensing administrative docket for April 24, there are 14 licensees on the licensing administrative docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that all the requests, the changes to this docket for April 24th, which is the licensing administrative docket, be approved. Without objection, is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And let's move then to the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. There are 2 applicants on the medical cannabis administrative docket for April 24th, 2024. And without objection, I make a motion that those applications on the medical cannabis licensing docket for April 24th be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. The last docket that we have to go over this morning is the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 34 applicants. I will be reading all the names of all the requests. So what I'll be reading on this docket, I'll review the names of the applicant, what is being requested, the license number, and the numbers. And at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the board approve the recommendations as made by the chair for this docket. So number 1, it's a request from Cynthia Belmonte. This is for one-day license class F. This is for PTA fundraiser. This is on May 3rd. The license number is 128329 for 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, a request from Merrill Watson for one-day license class F. This is for happy hour. This is on April 26th. The license number is 128325, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 3, it's another request from Merle Watson for one-day license class F. This is on May 1st. The license number is 128326, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, a request from Alexander Washington, a one-day license class F, Mississippi Society of Washington. This is on June 8th. The license number is 128319, 700 attendees, 14 security guards. Number 5, a request from Robert Ellis for one-day license class F, Labor Rights Defenders Celebration. This is on May 1st. The license number is 128327, 30 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 6, a request from Michelle Crespel, Crispell, a one-day license class F engagement party. This is on June 29th. The license number is 128334, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, a request from Marie O'Neill, a one-day license class F, 90th birthday celebration. This is on April 27th. The license number is 128383, 90 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, request from Alan Tubis for one-day license class F. This is for the Barbecue Battle Inc. This is from June 22nd through June 23rd. The license number is 128354, 20,000 attendees in waves, 12 MPD officers and 15 security guards. The agency will also be monitoring this event. Number 9, a request from Asfin Aspirin Suvinasi, APASRIN. The last name is spelled SUVANASAI for one-day license class F. This is for an architecture lecture. This is on May 9th. The license number is 128407, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 10, another request from APRIN, APASRIN, SAVANASANI, a one-day license class F, another architectural lecture. This is May 29th. The license number is 128408, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 11, a request from Lana Elvin, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is on April 24th. The license number is 128360, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 12, another request from Lana Elvin, a one-day license class G concert. The concert is April 26th and April 27th. The license number is 128359, 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 13, a request from Jessica Zulzek, ZALUZEC, a one-day license class G reception. This is October 11th. The license number is 128269, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 14, another request from Jessica Zeluk, ZALUZEC, a one-day license class G reception, May 2nd. License number is 128268, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 15, a request from BERHANU. The last name is REGASSA, a one-day license class G graduation party, June 23rd. The license number is 128311, 120 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 16, a request from Adam Tate for one-day license class G wedding, September 28th. The license number is 128313, 120 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 17, a request from Graham. The last name is VICKPWSKI, one-day license class G wedding, May 10th. The license number is 128335, 170 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 18, a request from Kelly Brown, one-day license class G, a wedding, May 3rd. The license number is 128337, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 19, a request from Johannes Bridgewater, one-day license class G, Caribbean celebration. This is April 26th. The license number is 128344, 99 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 20, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G, the Consortium for Sustainable Workforces. This is April 26th. The license number is 128345, 60 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 21, a request from Sammy Jerome, a one-day license class G, private event, May 4th. The license number is 128348, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 22, a request from Stephen Rutgers, a one-day license class G, music and dancing on the pier, June 8th. The license number is 128412, 1,000 attendees, 22 security guards. Number 23, Communal Restaurant LLC. This is a one-day substantial change for street festival. The nature of the substantial change, to use the license off-premises at the Mount Vernon Triangle Festival. This is on May 4th. The license number is 109392. The substantial change license is 24SC00654. Number 24, a request from Habanero Group LLC, a one-day substantial change. The event, this is for the market on Bryan Street. The nature of substantial change to extend patio to the street for the market. This is May 3rd through May 4th. The license number is 122873. Substantial change license is 24SC00655. Number 25, Bar de Bari, LLC, one-day substantial change. This is for DC Pride Festival. The nature of substantial change. Change to extend patio to the street for DC Pride Festival. This is June 8th. The license number is 090486. The substantial change license is 24SC 00656. Number 26, the Army and Navy Club, one-day substantial change, cocktail reception, nature of substantial change, to use premises off, to use license off premises on our rooftop. This is on October 16th. License number is 000114. Substantial change license 24SC 00660. Number 23, Guapo's Restaurant, one-day substantial change. This is for the 5 de Mayo celebration, nature of substantial change. Change to extend patio to the storefront. This is on May 4th and May 5th. The license number is 016332. Substantial change license 24SC 00661. Number 24, LindyPromo.com LLC. This is a pub crawl. This is the Memorial Day weekend kickoff. This is May 25th. The location, Navy Yard. The license number is 110455. Substantial change license is, it's 24 PCE 00006. The recommendation is for 1,000. Number 25, a request from CH Management Corp. This is a pub crawl. This is for the Margarita March. This is on May the 11th. This is in Chinatown. License number is 105025. The substantial change license is 24 PCE 00009. This is for 750. Number 26. This is for Bar Crawl Nation LLC, pub crawl. This is for the Tacos and Margus Crawl. This is May 4th, May 5th. This is DuPont Circle, Connecticut Avenue Northwest between M Street and DuPont Circle. The license number is 114535. The substantial change license is 24 PCE 00005. And this is for 1,250. Number 27, Project DC Events, pub crawl. DC's 90s Crawl 24. This is August 10th. This is at the DuPont Circle, Farragut area. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license 24 PCE 0012, and this is for 1,000. Number 28, project that was a conditional approval for 1,000. Number 28, Project DC Events, pub crawl. This is for the All American Bar Crawl 2024. This is June 29th. This is at DuPont Circle, the Farragut area. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license 24 PCE 00011, and this is also a conditional approval for 1,000. Number 29, Project DC Events. This is a pub crawl for the All American Bar Crawl 2024. This is June 15th. This is the DuPont Circle, Farragut area. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license 24 PCE 00010, and this is for conditional approval for 1,000. Number 30, a request from Merle Watson for a one-day license class F. This is happy hour, and this was the board has been asked to retroactively approve this event from April 16. The license number is 128324. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 31, a request from Christine Seminac for one-day license class G. This is for the health spur-in. This was April 18th. The license number is 128314. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 32, this was a request from Timothy Murkeck, Mureck, a one-day license class G. The wedding was April 20th. The license number is 128304. 82 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 33, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G. This consortium for sociable workforces. This is on April 19th. The license number is 128318. 60 attendees, 1 security guard. And the final one is number 34. This was from Stellanina Pizzeria, a one-day substantial change. This is for the Union Market Festival. The nature of substantial change to use a license off premises at Union Market parking lot. This is on April 19th. The license number was 110630. The substantial change license is 24 SC 00657. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves all the requests for licenses for the board one-day license and substantial change for April 24th, 2024. Approve all the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And I just want to make sure that I've covered all of the agendas for the day. I just check one more. And I am let me see, hold on. I do not believe that I did the medical cannabis license administrative agenda. So the medical cannabis license administrative agenda for April 24th, 2024, it has there are 2 applicants, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC board approve this agenda. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We had over 11 licensing agenda items this morning, so that's one of the reasons I was making sure that I covered all 11 agenda items. So now I'm positive that all the sorry, I'm not positive. There's one additional agenda that I did not cover. And so that is I did not cover the Yes, I did not cover the licensing administrative 3-3 docket for April 24th, 2024. On this docket, which is the licensing administrative 3-3 docket for April 24th, 2024, there are 3 applicants on this docket, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approve the licensing administrative 3-3 docket for April 24th, 2024. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Yes, I have now covered all 11 dockets for the licensing agenda for today. Since I've now covered the docket for the morning, all the agendas for the morning, the board will now go into recess until 1:30. I want to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings this morning, and so the board will now be in recess until our afternoon agenda at 1:30. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further business. Good morning. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining us this afternoon are two of the board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. On our schedule this afternoon, we have 5 cases actually listed on our calendar. All right, so I'll just let you know that if your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So let me quickly run through the hearing schedule for this afternoon. And I'm going to call some of the cases out of order. The first case that's on our calendar this afternoon is case number 23 CIT 00630. Gracie, license number 118962. This hearing is canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise. See board order number 2024-171. The next case on our calendar is case number 23-251 00027, Public Bar, license number 81238. This case is also canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise. See board order number 2024-204. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00004, New Smoke Shop, license number 126727. This hearing is continued to May 22nd at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00104, Friendship Heights Convenience Store, license number 122502. This hearing is also canceled due to dismissal of the protest. See board order number 2024-105. Now, the only case that we have on our calendar then this afternoon is case number 24 PRO 00015, Micha's Dominican Kitchen, license number 114514. Good afternoon, Mr. Morena. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
My pleasure. Investigator Burnell Davis, your access has been elevated. Iris Compres, your access has been elevated. Takia Hicks Delgado, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Hello?
Hold on, please. If everyone has a camera, can you please turn that on, please?
I'm having trouble accessing my camera.
Oh, we can wait, ma'am.
Like it's not visible.
If you want to log off and then log back on, I will have Mr. Oriana look for you. So when you come back on, you can elevate your rights.
Okay.
All right.
I think I should be on now. Sorry, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, now that we're ready. All right, so I would like the parties to identify themselves for the record. Let's start with Mr. Compass. Please spell and state your name for the record.
Sure, it's Aris Compress, ARIS. Last name is CO, M as in Mary, P as in Paul, RES.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm one of the owners.
Good afternoon. Ms. Hicks Delgado, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Tequia Hicks Delgado, Tequia is my first name. Last name is a double last name, Hicks. And Delgado, Delgado.
Mr. Davis, can you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Investigator Bernell Davis. That's BERNELLDAVIS.
All right. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing today. The protest hearing, the establishment applied for a substantial change, and this matter was protested by the ANC at when we had the pre-hearing. I'm sorry, the protest status hearing. I informed both parties that 7 days before the hearing, both parties were required to file PIP. It's my understanding that neither party filed a PIP, and so sorry. Let me start off first with the licensee. Are there any preliminary matters that the parties want to discuss today before we do this hearing?
Yes.
Hold on, Miss. All right, well, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Hicks. I was going to start with the licensee first, but go ahead. What's the preliminary matter that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
So the quick piece is that we were short signatures last time, and we are still short signatures only because I thought that I didn't realize there was a certification that was required. And so that piece is, is necessary. And so that's taken a second. But otherwise, both parties are still in agreement and still have a standing settlement agreement that we just are short signatures on.
I don't.
The ANC.
I'm sorry. You're talking about what certification? What certification you're talking about, ma'am?
Certification of the actual vote taken by the ANC to approve the settlement agreement.
So what is it that you're asking the board to do today?
I guess there was an option to continuance or something like that. I don't think we need one necessarily too long. I mean, the end of the week is fine. But it's just getting the chair of the 5C signature on the settlement agreement.
So you're making a motion for us to continue this hearing. Is that you're asking for a 1 week continuance for us to continue this hearing?
Yeah. With a likely cancellation once we get the signatures.
And Mr. Compass, what is your position on whether the board should continue this hearing?
This whole time I thought that the settlement agreement, I already sent it to ABCA, and I was just under the impression it was already under review and it was going to be approved. I didn't know that we were still waiting on a signature from the ANC, if they already voted on it. So it just seems like it's becoming a long time, I feel.
So are you asking us are you objecting to the granting of the continuance, or are you in agreement for the board to grant a continuance?
So how long would the continuance be?
The board hasn't decided yet, sir. It is your call whether or not the board. This matter was scheduled for a hearing today, and the board is here to move forward with the hearing. And my assumption is that although you didn't file a PIP, you are here to move forward with the hearing. The ANC is requesting a continuance. I think that the earliest that this case could be scheduled, it's next week Wednesday when the board has its next meeting. And I think what Ms. Hicks Delgado has stated, she had stated through the end of the week. But in all practicality, if the board was to grant the hearing, if the board was to grant the continuance, it would be for us to have a hearing next week, Wednesday. But you can either agree or disagree. That is your call, sir. That is your, if you decide not to agree to the continuance, then the board will move forward today on with the hearing. Of course, we will have the investigator testify. I assume that you're prepared to testify why is it that you request this substantial change, and the board will make its decision. If you disagree. If you agree, then the settlement agreement will come in. I assume the settlement agreement will come in before the week is over. The board will review it, and the board will make a determination whether or not we're going to adopt the settlement agreement and move forward. So it is your call today, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and move with the continuance.
Okay, so you agree to the continuance. All right, so both parties have requested a continuance. I am in agreement that we can grant a 1-week continuance and move this. So let me make sure that hold on. All right, so I will both parties have agreed to a 1-week continuance, and so therefore I make a motion that the board approve a 1-week continuance for this case. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. So what this means, Mr. Delgado, the board will grant a 1-week continuance. If the board does not receive a settlement agreement, we're moving forward next week with the hearing. I assume that the hearing will be scheduled at 1:30 next afternoon. This afternoon, no further continuances will be granted. If as you stated that the board, that the ANC had at a public meeting, if they had voted to approve the settlement, it's just a matter of the ANC sending the settlement agreement into our legal office and to state that we voted on the same letter that was submitted when the ANC sent us a letter clearly stating that we had a public meeting, this is a vote, and we voted to protest this the substantial change. It's the same documentation that we require when the settlement agreement comes in, since if the licensee has already signed it. And so all the ANC saying that we had a public vote, and this is when we had the vote. This is the vote, the date of the vote, and this is what I don't know the process and procedures about. The chair has to sign it, but it's the same. Whatever was submitted when the ANC protested, informed the agency that they have protested the substantial change. It is the same type of documentation that needs to provide to the agency to state that here is a settlement agreement, and we voted at a public meeting to approve this settlement. The agency will look at it, will review it for legal sufficiency, and then this board will vote on it at a public meeting to adopt the approval of the settlement. And then we will, once the settlement agreement is approved by the board, then the agency will move towards issuing the substantial change endorsement on the license. Any questions? I can't hear you, ma'am. You're speaking, but I can't hear you.
Yes, I understand.
Any questions by you, Mr. Compass?
No, sir. No questions.
All right. With that said, then this matter is adjourned. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
All right, good. All right. That then was the only case that we have scheduled for this afternoon. And since that's the only case that we have scheduled for the afternoon, I will now close the record for the day. All right. Okay. I thought I was more prepared. Oh. Okay. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 25th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 25th, as published in the DC Register on April 19th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant agrees. Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further board business. Good afternoon. Thank you.